Hey guys. Hey guys. Hola. Hey Marlon Music. Aaron, Autism and Family.
Can you do the
Hola guys. It is time for Not So Random Chat. Hey Shakisha. I decided to change the music up tonight. Make it a little more mellow. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. How is everybody doing? Marlon Music shared me on his community tab. Hey J Dog. It's a cool Saturday. If you guys hear any, like it sounds like somebody's talking in the background, I'm still running somebody's playlist. And I have it down to as low as I possibly can have it. Without muting it. So I don't want to mute their videos because it won't count towards their watch hours. So if you hear a little bit, I'm trying to talk over it so you won't really hear it. And that's why I have the music playing as well. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good Saturday night. I had a great Saturday. I actually went to a celebration of life of a friend of mine that I have known for a while. And she lived to be 62 years old. And it was a miracle for her because she was living with sickle cell anemia her whole life. They didn't think she would make it past the age of 20. And she made it to 62. Hey, Ice. Hi, Ice Rose. And I took my son because she knew my son. Excuse me. She had known me since actually before I even had a kid. But she was a writer. And she'd written like about, 6 books. I'm hoping that maybe one of her books may one day become a movie or something. Yeah, but it was a good day. And then I did some self-care this morning. I went and got a manicure and got my nails done. Hey, Miss Mahogany. I know. A lot of people have had that flu, Miss Mahogany. Hey, Tattered Hearts. Yeah, I'm playing some different music tonight. This is actually, if you've ever noticed the background music in my videos and my vlogs, this is one of the songs that's in my vlogs. And it's real mellow and everything. And I figured we'd have this, since I called it a Saturday Slowdown. So I decided I'd slow down the music too. Hey, Angel. How are you? Happy Saturday night. Guys, I have been kind of traveling around YouTube. And, I'm glad that I'm on the positive, and I keep a positive attitude, and I try to bring only positive energy onto this platform, because there's a lot of negative energy out there, and there's a lot of unhappy people. that unfortunately don't come to YouTube to have fun like we do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why I'm having like a mellow night for us tonight, so we can just kind of chill and talk about whatever. And please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And shouts out to Marlon Music for sharing me out on their community tab before I even got in the building. I appreciate that. Shouts out to them. I hope everybody's having a wonderful evening. Hey, Bird. Thank you for coming through. Thank you, Tatterhearts. I try to be on the positive. I really do, because I know there's a lot of negative out there. And here's the thing. We have enough stress in our real lives that when we come to YouTube, this is not the place we come for stress. We come to this place for knowledge, for happy vibes, for networking, and getting to know people all around the world. That's why I come here. Yeah, and unfortunately, Miss Mahogany, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. People are doxing people, and are threatening to dox people, so they cyberbully them. Basically, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's insane. And it seems to be especially prevalent in certain sectors of YouTube, unfortunately. So it's just a bad look, and YouTube's not going to have it. They're going to kick all these people off the platform. That's what's going to happen, because that is not considered quality content. Not making anybody smile. And they're bringing children into these cyberbullying things. You know what I mean? So it's not going to go on for long at all. They're tripping. Clearly, they're tripping. Clearly, they are tripping. Yeah. And the thing is that now the majority of the people that are doing this are not like your bigger YouTubers. And if they do appear to have more subscribers, they may have bought those subscribers, if you know what I mean. Because, there are people on here who buy subscribers so that they look like they're bigger YouTubers than they are. But if you notice, they're still not monetized. Just saying. Just saying. So, well, here's the thing, Aaron Autism. This is the reason why people like me, an autism mom, I don't even use my real name on here. At least not yet, because of crazy people. I show my face. I've let my son be on here because my son's an adult. But, if anyone threatened me with putting my information out or putting out any information about my son, I'd use the law. See, that's just me, though. There'd be a quick cease and desist. They'd have, it'd be more than a YouTube situation for me. Yeah, exactly, because they don't have any content. Their content is about other YouTubers talking trash about other YouTubers. If that's all your content is, then you don't have any content. You have nothing. You're here for negative reasons. You're not on here for positive reasons, because you're not praising the other YouTubers. You're tearing them down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's like millions of people on YouTube, like all around the world. And it's just crazy that, people take issue with internet friends. Internet friends. You don't even know them in real life. And yet you are, yeah. It's just crazy stuff. You know. Yeah, they are some of them aren't faceless though, Aaron. Some of them aren't faceless. That's the thing. Some of those channels are not faceless. They're not trolls. They actually have a channel. They put out videos. They show their face. They jump up on panels on other people's channels. These are the people. It's not like, you know, the little faceless trolls. No, yeah. This is a whole nother level of troll, unfortunately. You know, these are people that start stories that cause people to have CPS called on them. That kind of craziness. Yeah, so they're gonna get them all. They're gonna be gone. Rules go into effect in the next 2 weeks. So I'd say by the end of the year, they're gonna get rid of the crazies. Because it's not safe for it makes the YouTube community unsafe for the rest of us. You know, I'm a little autism channel, you know, and I have live streams and I talk about all kinds of things, and then I do my videos. Then you have, you know, larger autism channels out there that have been the you know, target of this. Smaller channels that have been the target of this. It doesn't even matter what community you're in. It's going on all over YouTube. That's the problem. So yeah, every community it's happening in. And that's the sad part about it, because I belong to several communities. And that's what's like, that's why I was like, the other night, I was like, is the moon still in retrograde or something? Are we still in this, you know, because it seems like all of the craziness is coming out all at once. And some of it is mental health. Literally, it's people's mental health issues coming out on YouTube. Hey, Terry. Hey, Trillion. T-Million. So, you know, I surround myself, you know, with the positive side of YouTube. Yep, they make up things to say. You know, their videos get plenty of views. You know, their live streams are full of people there to see the foolery. But in the end, you know, it just becomes a sad situation. So I'm just hoping that, you know, that it all goes away and that we get back to creating content. Everybody creating content. You know what I mean? And, you know, good content. A little bit, but some of it is not the doxers. But the doxers, I mean, doxing has come up in multiple lives today, believe it or not. Multiple lives. It came up in the entertainment and gossip community. It came up in your just regular Black community. I saw it over in another one of the things, in another one of the communities that I'm in. So it seems to be a prevalent issue. I was like, okay, it's not just happening here. It's happening over here too. It's happening over here too. I don't understand when you have a disagreement with someone online, that you start to take it personal, and then you start to do things that mess with their life off of line. You know, I mean, this is YouTube, and most of the people on YouTube are adults, and these are adults doing with this behavior, you know, and they don't seem to understand the legal ramifications, maybe. That's what my thinking is, you know. But they're all going to be gone away, Terry. They're all going to go bye-bye. So they're all going to go away. It's all going to go bye-bye. Exactly. It's fun for me. I'm just shaking my head at the lunacy. I am literally like, what's really going on? You know, but I mean, you've got big YouTubers talking about it. You got little YouTubers talking about it. You got medium YouTubers. You got people talking in the gaming community, people talking in you know, the world communities, like in the over in the you know, in different chats on different continents. That's what I'm saying. So it's just foolery that everybody is seeing. That everybody's seeing. And you know, they got YouTube's attention. And you know, it's not like the days when YouTube wasn't owned by Google. YouTube is owned by a huge corporation right now. And they don't want to go up on Capitol Hill up against the FTC again. They don't want to talk to the FCC. They don't want to talk to them no more. They really don't. Well, it's fun and entertaining for me. It's fun and entertaining for me. And it's going to continue to be fun and entertaining for me. I mean, like, for example, last night, after I finished my live stream, I went rolling around YouTube and rolled into a live stream that was talking about sex. Late night chat. Great live stream. All positive people laughing, giggling, talking. Those are the kind of live streams that you want to be in. You don't want to be in live streams where people are talking about other people, making up lies and talking about this person said this about me, or you know, it's so insignificant. And while they're doing all that, they could be creating content. You could be, while you're doing all of that, you could be creating real content. Yeah, all day long today. All day long today, Terry. All day long. And into the night. There have been, you know, and all kinds of people's names have been mentioned in all kinds of live streams that weren't in the live streams, you know, about stuff going back a year. So, you know, and I only know all of these people, you know, from names being mentioned on YouTube and whatnot. I don't know none of these people. Yeah. See, we're about the good time. I don't belong. I'm. You know, I'm not really in any. I don't really belong to any sector. I just, I'm here to talk about autism, and I'll tell you, there's not that many of us, so we don't really have a sector. We have a very little small community, and we kind of blend into everything else. Because even if I'm talking about autism, that's obviously not the only thing that I'm interested in, but that's what I'm here to talk about. Yeah, the problem people have the problem, and it's like, but when you don't know the people, but like you've seen them in streams, and stuff, it's just, you're like, God, what's going on? But I figure it's not my problem. It's not my business. It's just sad because it just kind of tells you, that some people have a different meaning of fun than I do. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm here for, Mahogany. I'm like, because like, if I had that kind of stream, I wouldn't have learned all the stuff that Terry came in here and told us about cigars. We wouldn't have had deep conversations, about Africa and about, just, the history in the Middle East. We wouldn't have had those kind of conversations, because we've been too busy doing stupid stuff. And it's like, I don't have that kind of time. I come here for a purpose. My son is on the phone talking to my sister and my brother-in-law. Go and call. You can talk to him. He does that now. He's going to try to walk up here and pull me into the conversation, but I'm on the internet. I know, Terry. I don't understand the rationale behind that. I don't understand the point of that. It's like, that's not really quality that you're putting out there. It's like, what's the purpose for it? It's like, oh yeah, he's having a good day. He's in the background talking to his uncle. He's talking to his uncle. Hey, Mike, I'm on live right now while David's talking to you. You guys have your conversation. That's my brother-in-law is talking. But I took David with me today because I try to get him to understand about things, like death and stuff. But it was, it's kind of interesting with my friend, the homegoing that we went to today, because they didn't think that she was gonna live past 19 because of the sickle cell. But she lived to be 62 years old. She made it all the way to 62. And she worked in the entertainment industry. She had done like a lot of work on different projects and stuff. But it was a really good thing. It wasn't like a whole lot of people there. It was just a nice, intimate, setting, but it was funny because I didn't even know that she was like really, really good friends with Shanice Wilson. So Shanice Wilson came and sang a song, you know, at the homegoing. That girl can still sing, y'all. And, you know, Flex was there with her. He was real cool too. They were both really, really cool, you know. But Shanice can still sing. That girl still can sing, you know. It's just a shame that she never, like, blew up in the industry. And I think it's because, you know, she was a certain type of girl. Hey, Health, Weight, and Real Talk. Exactly. Yeah, because, you know, I mean, as you guys know, most people with sickle cell anemia do not live to be that old. They don't make it to their 60s and stuff. You know, that it's, you know, a lot of people died very young with sickle cell, but she did not. And Shanice sang, she sang "Don't Cry for Me," and everybody was crying while Shanice was singing "Don't Cry for Me." So it was, you know, it was really heartfelt and heartwarming, you know, because this lady, she had touched so many people's lives, even though she didn't have any daughters of her own. She had mentored so many people. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Miss Mahogany. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Some of this stuff that's coming out now has been apparently going on for years. It's like, what? You know, because up until this year, I wasn't a content creator. I was just, you know, I just would be in people's chats. I would go to different channels. I was a subscriber. I had a channel. I just didn't have any real videos on there. You know? So I wasn't paying attention to none of this stuff because it didn't really matter to me, you know. But being a content creator, you know, when this kind of stuff happens, it does affect the other content creators, you know, just because you can feel the energy. You know, when you go on to different, if you go into different people's live streams and stuff, it makes it so, you know, it should be fun to go into other people's channels and into their live streams and into their talks. That's the way I feel. Yeah, she did. And she was such a beautiful woman, you know, and had such a beautiful spirit, you know, such a beautiful spirit. Yeah. And but she would never let you know how much pain she was in. She would never let anybody know how much pain she was in. But we knew she was in pain. But she would, you know, she wouldn't even talk about it. She would say when she had to go in the hospital, she said, "I gotta go get another tune-up, but I'll be back in a couple of days." That's the way she would call it. She would call it tune-ups when she had to go in. Yeah, but and you know, and the thing is that they don't really talk a lot about sickle cell anemia because it only affects a certain segment of the population, because the majority of the people who are affected with sickle cell are people of African descent, but also it does affect people that are from the Middle East as well. And I think it has to do with, there was a reaction to malaria or something way back as to how it happened, and it's how the blood cells, you know, instead of being round, they're sickled, so it's harder for the blood to flow through. That's why they're in so much pain. You know, like I have cousins that carry the trait, but nobody in my family actually has sickle cell. You know, but yeah, you know, that was one of the things they talked about, you know, is how people don't really talk about sickle cell because it only affects basically us, people of color. And I don't think that it's prevalent on the continent. I think it's really just primarily prevalent here in the United States. But, you know, I could be wrong. Oh, let me get myself out of top chat. I can't see what y'all are saying. All right. Now, I hate when my thing takes me in the top chat because then I can't see half the comments. But it was a beautiful day today in Southern California. And my college played against my sister's college. And you know, we won, but I'm being nice to my sister. I'm being nice to her. I haven't even called her and dug into her about the game because we really beat them badly. And just for you guys who don't know, I went to USC and my sister went to UCLA. And the final of the game today was 52-35. Guess who had the 52? Anyway. So I'm in an especially wonderful mood, but I'm gonna be a good big sister, and I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna mess with my sister about it, you know, because I didn't post anything on Facebook talking trash this week. She did, so I'm gonna let her eat crow for a minute. Yep, I know it was a beautiful day all throughout the state of California. But PG&E still has that electricity out up in the Bay Area again because of high winds supposedly. That's such BS to me, you know? What high winds? I mean, I'm looking on the Weather Channel and stuff. I don't see nothing about high winds in Northern California. I see nothing. So I'm wondering where that's coming from. Seriously. Well, that's good to know, Terry. That's good to know. Fight on. But I'm being nice. It's usually me and my sister, we usually talk trash on Facebook, but I'm not talking no trash. I don't have time for that. You know, I'll just say something next time we talk. But I figured since we beat them by so much and it was not even a close game, there's really nothing to say. There's nothing to say. You know? It's just a good year for us in our division, in the Pacific 12. I have to make myself say Pac-12 because when I was in college, it was the Pac-10. It was the Pac-10 and the Big Ten, and the Pac-10 played the Big Ten. Then it became the Pac-12 and the Big 12 because each conference added 2 more colleges. But yeah, usually I usually go to at least one game a year because usually I'll go to either the homecoming game or to the USC UCLA game. and I did have an opportunity to get tickets to the game, but because I knew I was going to the homecoming this morning, I passed on the tickets. And she also went to USC, you know. And so there was a few people that went to USC that did come to the service for her. Few people that came. But it was just, you know, she lived such a full life. I mean, she wrote 6 books. And when she started writing, she and another lady at my church, the other one's my soror, is a Delta, and ironically, Sheila was an AKA. But anyway, they both kind of started the Christian fiction genre, along with Rashonda Tate Billingsley. But if you ever get a chance, you know, look out on Amazon for this book called Chocolate Star that was written like about 25 years ago. And you will, and the way that book is written is just like all the stuff that you're seeing on reality TV today. Literally, like Love and Hip Hop and Basketball Wives and all that stuff. She had all of that in her book 25 years ago, before, you know, you were seeing, you know, celebrities and stuff like you see them today, before we had this big, huge social media. But yeah, her name is Sheila Copeland, and I'm gonna write it how Sheila is spelled in the chat, because it's not spelled the way you think it is. I'm gonna write it in the chat. See? Autocorrect wants to correct me on the spelling of her name. That's the author's name. I just put it in the chat. She's the one who died. But yeah, she's got a book called Chocolate Star. One that's called Saved and Free, I think it's called. And that one's kind of like her own testimony, because she was like, you know, holding on to, you know, being a virtuous woman and, you know, basically not being with anybody. So that was one of the things that was in her testimony. Hey, 1SP. How are you? Yeah. But her books are really good. But look her up. You probably should be able to find most of her stuff on Amazon. And she was featured in Essence, you know, back in the day, for that book called Chocolate Star. That was her first book, and she self-published it. But yeah, she did a lot of work and talking in regards to sickle cell and everything, because of living with it. How are you doing, 1SP? Happy Saturday night. Thank you for coming. Where did you come? Where did who come from? Bye, Bird. Thank you for coming. Me. Where am I from? I'm from DC. I came from DC. Hey, 1SP. Did you like that? Did you like that? Did you like the conversation last night on TR90?
Yeah.
Did you like that conversation? Yeah, 1SP was in that in that chat last night. The one that I rolled into after my live stream. It was funny to me because I did not actually think that. I was like, where the heck is this coming from? I was like, when I walked into it, I was like, wait a minute, what did I walk into? What did I walk into? It was interesting, though. It was interesting to hear what some of the people said. They were talking about oral sex, Miss Mahogany, and some of the ladies were talking about some men's lack of knowledge in that area. Yeah, and he had a couple of ladies come up on the panel. I just was listening. I thought it was funny, you know. And because like one of the ladies, I said she seemed to get a kick out of getting up there and talking about it. I was like, okay, then. It was that kind of conversation. I know. I know. I think the one lady, I think one of the ladies up on the panel was also celibate, 1SP. I think she said she was just now starting to date again, but had not been with anyone in 25 years. So that's why he had her up there to get her perspective as well.
Yeah.
But it was interesting. It probably definitely wouldn't be the kind of conversation I'd be having.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I would be having that kind of panel.
Yeah.
I might have a panel about relationships, but you know, I don't know if I would get that deep. I don't know. Because I'm not really an expert on that. So you know. It's not my area of expertise. But it was interesting hearing, you know, the different age ranges give their different views. Yeah, like we can talk. I know. But Terry, that's what I was telling you about my friend Sheila, the one who just passed. She was celibate for a long period in her life. I mean, when I knew her, she was like 40 and she was still a virgin at that point. You know, I don't know what happened, you know, in the 22 years after that, but as far as I knew, she never was with a man her entire life. I mean, that way. Because she was about waiting for marriage.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's how Sheila was. Sheila never was married though. She never got married. So I guess that was her. You know, she felt it was something for marriage. Yeah, there are people who do that. You know, it's not easy to be celibate. It really, really is not. It really, really is not. Now that would be something that would be interested. It would be an interesting thing to talk about. People who live a celibate life, versus people who choose not to. That would be an interesting type of thing, because even if a person is celibate doesn't mean they can't be in a relationship. It just means that they both should be celibate. Did you? Since 1990? That's a long time, Terry. Yeah, I agree that it's probably best for it to be within a marriage, 1SP. But I know that not everybody does that. But I agree that it is best if it's in a committed relationship, like a marriage. But the problem is, some people are not even committed when they're in a marriage. Some people are not even committed when they're in a marriage. But yeah, I think that will be a good conversation to talk about relationships. Because, one of the overlying questions that people always talk about is it possible for a man and a woman to have a platonic relationship? And some people say yes, and some people say no. I think it is possible, but I think it depends on, if the man is interested in the woman for something other than a platonic relationship. Because some men will agree to a platonic relationship because that's all that the woman will allow. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Mahogany is that some people do believe there's something that should be within a marriage. I prefer it to be within a marriage. Personally, I personally prefer it within a marriage. I'm not really. Hey, AKA James. I'm not really, all about fornicating. So that my preference as well. But that's not everybody's preference. Yeah. But you know what? I mean, see, 1SP, you're coming from a totally from the standpoint of a man who, is a follower of Jesus, and because of your relationship with him, this is how you choose to live your life when you're not married. Everybody, even some people who have a relationship with Jesus, don't do that. But yeah, it's not that easy to be out there, sleeping around and stuff anymore, because you have a lot more to worry about than gonorrhea or syphilis or chlamydia. You got herpes, you got HIV, and you got other stuff that has popped up, you know, and some of those things don't have symptoms. So, and the thing is that every time you're with somebody, it's like it's a potential soul tie, because your spirits are intertwining. So I mean, you got to be careful who you're intertwining your spirit with, because that is a very, you know, that's a spiritual act, whether people want to recognize it or not. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. It's a spiritual act. You have to be careful who you're, you know, mixing your spirit with. Because people can transfer spirits through the act. That's very, very true. Okay. You can ask me a question.
What?
That sounds like you, Terry. Men very rarely approach me, but I'm not really out there for them to approach either. So, you know.
One.
Oh, I know. I know that, girl.
Right.
People will say anything. How much evil do I face? I face a lot, you know, but I try to stay prayed up. Hey, Barry. I know you like women, Terry. You know, I mean, but I don't really go out into a whole lot of, you know, social settings, but I know I got to do some things if I want my husband to find me. So, you know, but, you know, I don't have time for all of. Good night. Thank you for just stopping through, Barry. Thank you for coming through. But I mean, I would say, yeah, because my son's grown. So in most people's eyes, even though I do have a kid, I don't have a kid. You know what I mean? You know, but I get all kinds of jokers in my face. And usually when I tell them that, you know, I'm a church girl, they're usually not interested. So, you know. Hey, Big Brown. Food reviews. Hey, thank you for coming through. Thank you for coming through to show some love. I appreciate you coming through. That's true. That's true, Mahogany. It is true. I mean, and I'm gonna tell you, it's not easy because I was married, so it's not easy for me, you know, because I was married. It's you know.
No, good.
You know, but I'm also, you know, for a long period of time when SP, I wasn't even considering like dating or anything because my son was growing up and I was caregiving for a child with autism. So yeah, that wasn't even part of the equation. You know, and now I go out sometimes, just not very often. Because I don't really put myself out there. So you know what? I understand exactly what you're talking about. Like, okay, that's why I'm saying that even if somebody is celibate, that doesn't mean that they can't be in a relationship. They can't get in a relationship. It's just that if they're in a relationship and they're not married, then that means they both are going to agree. They both are celibate, I would hope. You know, but there's temptation. Yeah. When you're not married. No, it doesn't. I agree. It does not. I didn't say you don't have to succumb to temptation.
But
yeah, well, you know, I don't know if it's that good for I'm here for middle-aged women either. You know, and I'm not trying to talk to no, you know, old man. I'm just not with it. And that's good, 1SP, but everybody hasn't arrived. Some people are tempted even when they are celibate. It does get easier the longer that you are. And I mean, you know, and a lot of times, you know, if you're really occupying yourself with other things, you don't even think about it. You know? And I mean, like I know, even before I got married, I was in like groups with other people that were also practicing celibacy. You know? Because sometimes you need other fellowship on that road. Yeah, you know, on that one, you know, like mahogany, that one is a sticky subject, you know, because the Bible also says that the marriage bed is undefiled, which would mean whatever you and your spouse are comfortable doing. But I know that for some people, there's certain things that they won't do because they think that it's, you know, like some people, that's why some people do not do oral sex within their marriage because of their them thinking that's one of the things that they shouldn't be doing, you know.
No.
But yeah, I mean, that one's kind of tricky because, the Bible also says that the marriage bed is undefiled. So that's really between you, your spouse and God. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Some people don't, that was never going to happen with me and my husband. And when I get married again, it won't happen then either. That's one that was always a no-go for me. Ever. Never was ever interested in it. So, yeah. But some people don't have a problem with it. And, if they're married, what are you going to say? Because the Bible also says that the marriage bed is undefiled. And it's really none of our business what they're doing in their bedroom. So, that's why I always say it's between them and God. But yeah, it just, but that was also a conversation. That's also one of the conversations that they have. Like, well, I don't know about like with you, but like before I got married, we went through like, the Christian counseling and everything. And that's part of the talk. You talk about those things before you get married so that there's some type of understanding, so people aren't making assumptions. But, for me, it's like, I think most of us wish that we had waited if we didn't wait until we got married. Because, you understand as an adult, how precious that particular experience is and why it should only, be between, a man and his wife, a married couple. But, we don't live in a world that thinks that way anymore. And unfortunately, even within people who are followers of Yeshua, even in people who are followers of Yeshua, people like, God don't understand my heart. You get that kind of stuff. I'm like, I'll just say before, when I was younger, and I was in a lot of the singles groups. I don't do that stuff no more. But when I did the singles groups, before I got married and stuff, it was so interesting to me because it was like the guys who were supposedly Christian guys, it was harder to make them understand no than it was to get a guy who did not go to church. He would respect my no versus the guy that went to church. It was insane to me.
Yeah.
And you had an entire. Yep. Mature women don't respect you. You say mature women don't respect you, 1SP? Oh, I don't know.
What is that?
Why do you say that? You know, I mean, because I'm sure that there are women that respect celibacy. Hey, Sandman. I know what you meant, older women, but why do you say that they don't respect you? Why do you think that they don't respect you, 1SP? How are you doing, Sandman? Because, you know, I mean, I guess it depends on the older woman. Some older women like men that are younger, and some older women do not like men that are younger. So are you talking about older women who prefer younger men? Or are you talking about ones that don't prefer younger men? Are you talking about the ones that you've dated? They saw you as a little boy, so they didn't respect you as a man? Good, Sandman. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing good too. Because I mean, if they didn't respect you as the man, then that's a problem. And that's their problem, not yours. Let me see. What is he saying? It takes forever for it to come up in the chat. Yeah, I mean, let me say. Okay, so most of the men that I would say I've gone out with a few younger guys. That would be me. I do, but I don't disrespect them because they're grown men, you know. And if you're going to be in a relationship with a man, if you don't have respect for him because he's younger, then you shouldn't be dating him. That's my personal opinion. You know. So I don't understand, you know, what was the issue? Was it because you were younger than them that they didn't respect you? Or they not respect your beliefs? That's what I wonder. Yeah, there's women like that. And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like when if you're celibate, the other person has to already be somebody who's really already being celibate, because otherwise it's not going to work unless that other person decides that they're going to really and truly be celibate. Because I'll give the example, even though this might not be the best example, but I'll give the example of Megan Good and her husband, Devin. So they had a celibate relationship before they got married. He was already celibate. I don't know if she was celibate before she got with him, but I believe she already was not with anybody. So they both came into it with that mindset. So to me, it has to be that way. Or yeah, it becomes problematic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they didn't respect. They're not respecting your celibacy. So they're not the right woman. That's it. Hey, Blind Nito. You know, but I mean, once you get to a certain age, I hate to say this, but once you get to a certain age, you understand that's not the only thing that's important. You know, it has to be more to it than that. Yeah, that's obviously a factor in a marriage, but you know, I don't know. I mean, I know some people are afraid that, you know, they're afraid, well, what if it's not good? Well, here's the thing, that is a possibility. I hate to say it is a possibility, but hopefully that's not, you know, and that you don't have a problem in that area because you didn't do that before you got married. You know what I'm saying? But I know that maybe that's what some of them are thinking. Well, you know, how I know it's going to be good, but they're not trusting God. They're not trusting God about it. That's, you know, it's trickier, 1SP, you know, when you're doing the celibacy thing and you're not like the young ones doing it. It seems to be easier in that age range, but when we're dealing with older people, for whatever reason, I don't know why they're this way. Some women are that way, you know, because I have a friend who told me the same thing. He's like, you know, they complain about, you know, men who are only after one thing. And, you know, I'm trying to get to know you. I'm not trying to go there with you. And they get mad because he doesn't want to do that. He's respecting them and respecting himself, and, you know, and they don't receive that well. And these are supposed church girls. So I understand your dilemma, 1SP, because that does happen. I mean, I'm telling you, you know, I went through that same kind of stuff, you know, before I got married too. And I mean, you know, even now, it's like if you tell somebody you don't want to do that, you know, they don't believe you until they do. They don't believe you until they do, you know? But I'd say stay strong in what what your beliefs are, because God already got you. Especially, I mean, like if you're not even thinking about it, he got you. You're not going to think about it until it's the right one. You know? And then that person should be willing to respect the celibacy. I'm just saying, you know, there's a whole lot of other stuff you can be doing other than having sex that is just as intense. People don't understand that. They really just don't. They don't understand. But I think that's a very complex issue in our current society, because you would think, and I mean, I know you're in Canada, but I mean it's the same here, you know. I'm like, because like I'm in a group with a friend of mine who now is married, but she started this group before she got married, and it's like a bunch of us from all over, you know, everybody who's, you know, trying to be right. We're trying to be right. And so, you know, it's just, you know, we have conversations and stuff, and it's in a closed Facebook group. It's called Celibacy Chronicles. You know, but just talk about different things within that, and bring up the different questions in regards to, you know, living that life. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Absolutely. Absolutely. East Dad. You gotta respect you know, other people's thing. I respect it because I don't know a lot of men that practice celibacy when it's be. I don't. Hey, Blind Needle, did you see that the chef is trying to learn how to crochet? Chef and Moore is trying to learn how to crochet, Blind Needle. Yeah, but I believe exactly what you just said, 1SP, that when it's the right person, they will respect that. They will not try to get you to do anything. You know, I have like one of my friends, well, it's both of my friends. They're both my friends. But they've been married. I think they've been married now. They've been married for 21 years, maybe. But I remember when they were dating, and she was a virgin. And I mean, you know, and he was living the celibate life. And when he got with her, and you know, because he had prayed to God that that's, you know, about everything, and God gave him that, and he honored, you know that, and respected that. And you know, she told me, she said it wasn't easy for them, but you know, God honored them. They got 2 beautiful kids that are grown now. You know, so I mean, I'm just saying that all to say that, you know, God's gonna is gonna honor your prayer. If that's what you prayed to him for, that's what you're believing for, you know. You know, those other women were just practicing. They were just practicing dates. They were just to help you to practice dating. That's it. You know, they were practice runs for your wife to be. You know. I know, East Dad, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. There are a few men out there that are celibate. They don't talk about it, but they are. I know quite a few. And I mean, they want to get married again. I mean, you know, they've been married. They want to get married again, but they're, you know, they're trying to honor that, you know, that commitment to God in the interim. That's what I'm saying, 1SP. They're private about it. You know, but I'm like, I know some who are, but they don't talk about it. You know? But you know because because it's like I know because I know them, and I know who they are, But yeah, you're right about that one. Is men don't talk about it, but and probably if more men talked about the fact that they were practicing celibacy, then we would probably have, I would hope, more women who respect that. I don't see what the problem is. I don't. Yeah, it is. I mean, because just like people don't talk about having sex any more than they talk about not having sex. Most of us don't talk about it at all. It definitely makes life easier sometimes, though. I'll just tell you that. You don't have to worry about a whole lot of things, because certain feelings will still become involved, but it's easier to control them when that's not involved. I know. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, because you can be with someone and talk to them and have conversations and have a closer connection to that person without having had intercourse with them. You just do. You just can. It's very, very possible. And who doesn't want to have that kind of connection with somebody? First, you should have that kind of connection. It needs to be that kind of connection. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, I totally respect where you're coming from, 1SP, though. I totally respect where you're coming from. But it's like, it's some guys that I know that's a given with. And I'll be watching these women who think that they're going to change these men. It's like, what are you doing? He's celibate. He's not going to fall for what you doing? You just look foolish. Stop it. Yep. That's true. I know that, Terry. Quiet as it's kept is probably more important to women than it is to men. That's the reason why you have all those women who seem to be able to cheat better than men can. you know, but it's like once you get to a certain age, it's like, okay, sometimes you feel like it, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. It's just, you know, I mean, and if I'm not with anybody, I'm not, you know, if I'm not dating, I'm not even thinking about it anyway. If I'm dating, I might think about it, but that doesn't mean I have to go past thinking about it. You know. But there's generally nobody around. Enlightened. Yeah, Eastad, tell us. Ooh. But it's like, you know, it's so funny though, 1SP, because we like, I remember a couple of years ago, I was at one of our church picnics. So, you know, like I'm talking to a couple of the elders at our church. And so we're talking about this, and they said, you know, they said all these Christians are going around here fornicating or living together, and they think we don't know they doing this stuff. So it's a lot of people doing that craziness. You know, I mean, it used to be a time where there was respect for being celibate within those who have a relationship with God. But then there's some people who have a relationship with God that excuse it. And if you're not one of the people that excuse it, you don't need to be around the people that do. But there's a lot more people out there that are practicing celibacy than you think. They just don't talk about it. Intimacy is a lot more than just sex. I know it's a lot more than just sex. There's a lot more things that can be intimate, and that doesn't even have to be part of it. You know, because people can have that's why people can have emotional affairs. That's why people are able to have an emotional affair. You know, they never had sex, nothing ever got to anything physical. You know, so there's a lot more involved. Cat at Heart, you didn't leave, did you? You left and came back? Yeah. Cat at Heart, you know you know that we've talked about that. You're fine. You know, I don't have one of those streams where we force other people to believe the way that we believe. We just like to have discussions. And believe it, I know a lot of people who were brought up as Christians who are now atheists for whatever reasons, you know. I know people that were brought up in the Catholic Church like me who are now atheists. Which doesn't surprise me in that situation, unfortunately. You know, and then you have people who are agnostics. We allow everybody to think for themselves here, Tattered Hearts. You know you're always welcome. Exactly, 1SP. That's exactly what it's about. All you have to do is just tell the truth. It's up to other people to believe it. It's up to other people to believe it. But you give them the opportunity. But for me, this is how I feel. Tattered Hearts. This is my honest how I feel. I feel that for me not to believe that there is a higher power, that there is a God, will be arrogant of me to think that something did not create me, that I'm just a happenstance that happened, but I know that there is a spirit in me, that will live after my body is gone. And it doesn't cost anything to believe. You don't lose anything by believing. You really don't. You deep condition your hair. I don't know why you're doing it. I don't know why you're doing it this late either. But it's just I understand why some people don't believe in God, though. I do. Some people don't believe in God because of things that have happened in life, and they can't believe that there is someone or something higher than us. But I believe that I am, that he always was and always will be, and that he is neither male or female. He is spirit. That's what I believe. But I feel that the only way that I just show people who I am and what I believe by how I live my life. I try not to be a hypocrite. Yeah, I'm trying to be a good person, but I'm also trying to, follow the right way. Yep, exactly. But I appreciate that everyone who comes into my chat is just, open-minded and receives everybody else that's in the chat, because all I ask is that everyone respects everyone else's opinions and that no one disrespects anybody else. Exactly, Mahogany. Exactly. Lead by example, and that's why, when you have people like earlier, I was in another chat. I was in Pastor Kim's chat, Pastor Kim's corner. I was in her chat. And so, she was talking and she told the people, she said, yes, I'm a real pastor, but she talked about the fact that she's non-denominational and kind of, about the same reasons why I don't go to a denominational church, because it's all about what the Bible says versus what man says, she talked about the fact that when people told her when she started her church that she was going to get a lot of gay men that came to the church. I said, what? So they think that people who are gay aren't saved, that there aren't people who are gay who aren't saved, that don't love the Lord, you know? And that's one of the things that, you know, if you do love the Lord, it's like, then you can't preach hate towards a person. You know, you still have to preach love. And if you don't accept people where they are, you know, how can you call yourself, you know, a person of God? How can you? You know, you don't know what God thinks. You don't know. God is love. So that means God will love that person too. So that means that's what you show them. You show them love, period. And anything else, that's between them and God. Do we fear death? Do you fear death? No. No, I don't. I know there's something after it. Am I ready to go? Am I ready to die? No, I'm not ready to die. I think I still have things to do. But I don't think that I'm afraid to die. I hope I'm not afraid to die. You know? But right now, it's like I got so many things that I have to do for my son that I'm always like, Lord, I'm not, it's not, please don't take me yet. You know? But exactly, you know, but I know that he's going to let me be here to do what it is that I need to do. And then when he decides I'm done, not when I decide I'm done, but when he decides I'm done, I'm done. You know? But I think I'm blessed because there's a lot of people that I know that, you know, I have friends that didn't even make it out of their 20s, out of their 30s, out of their 40s. You know, I'm like, I just went to the celebration of life for another one of my friends today. That's one of the things that you have to deal with as you get older, as you see more and more of your friends transition out of this life. So it's like, to me, that when you see a lot of the things that I've seen in my life, I have no choice but to believe that there's a God, because there's no way that some of the things that I've gone through, I would have made it through if there was not a God. I'm planning on living until I'm 100. You saw that. I said that on my Facebook page, that there's two things that every autism mom prays for: that their child will be accepted and that they live until they're 100. Those are my two wishes. That's my prayer. But I want to live to be 100, and I want to still be healthy and in my right mind. And, you know, but I don't know, you know, like for me, I was in I've been in like different chats with people who are followers of Yeshua. And what I tell people is that if you're a follower of Yeshua, then just be who you are. And if you want to talk about God, you talk about God. You talk about whatever you're going to talk about. and don't think that it's going to be offensive to other people, because if you're coming from a true genuine place, nothing you say should be offensive, because you shouldn't be saying anything that's offensive when you're simply giving your own testimony, I feel. That's the truth. That's the truth, 1SP. I'm walking in my purpose. Finally, to me, I think that I'm realizing that things that I felt weren't walking in my purpose were really walking in my purpose, because everything that I did was preparing me for something else. But in the end, I'm seeing that it was all with a purpose. But absolutely, there's no reason for you to be here if you're not doing anything. And that's what I'm saying. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, I would rather live a short life. Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about meaningless. The triple digit age seems unreal, but tattered hearts. Okay, see, I know that you are an atheist, but if you look in the history, there was a time when it was common for people to live past the age of 100. Our lifespans have shortened. Hey, Chop It Up. How are you? That's what I'm saying, Mahogany. That's exactly what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that there was a point in history where people lived past the age of 100. But things have happened as far as our diseases, how we eat. A lot of different things have happened, over centuries. So we don't live that long anymore. But we know that at one point in history, men walked the earth, lived over the age of 100. And it was common then. It's not now. Yep. Because we have a spirit man, Terry. The spirit lives on. The spirit lives on. Because you have to think about it. When they tell you, when they talk about a person being clinically dead because they don't see any brain activity, it's like because the spirit has left the body. The spirit is no longer there. And you can tell when a person dies, you can see the difference in the way that they look once the spirit has left the body. If you've ever been there when someone died, because I've been in the room when someone died, and you could see the difference when that spirit left. Well, I know there's something beyond this plane. I know it is. And the thing is that there are times, depending on when we're sometimes in that state between being awake and being asleep, sometimes you can actually see in the other planes. You can see in the spirit planes. But a lot of that we can't see it because it's not because they're not there, it's because they're not in the same dimension. We only see, 3-dimensional. We don't see what's going on on other planes. Because if you think about it, the Bible does not tell us that heaven is up there or something else. It's another dimension. It's in another dimension. We just can't see it. But the spirit can see it. What have I seen, Terry? I have seen demons. I have seen spirits standing over me. And I had to call out the name of Yeshua. And call out to God. Yes, I've seen spirits. I've seen big spirits, and I've seen what are like imps, little with red glowing eyes. And I would be seeing the things, and I'm like, am I dreaming? No, this is not a dream. And my mind would register that it was not a dream. Did you hear what I said? Though 1SP, I said a follower of Yeshua. Because, the Christian thing is the Christian thing is touchy, because we all know that that's a name that was given later, and it's not what the followers of Yeshua called themselves. It's what the Gentile followers called themselves after all of that crap happened with Constantine. And they tried to marry their pagan God with the real God. So it's touchy. When you think about the dynamics of what it really means, but it's like it's harder to figure out what we identify ourselves with as, that's why I always talk about having a relationship versus religion, because I don't belong to any religion. I don't. I have a relationship with God. I go to a fellowship with other people who believe the same way that I believe. But I believe that within all of these churches, within the Christian, and I put quotations around it, church, there's a remnant that's the real church, of the real believers, of the real people who have the relationship. It doesn't matter what they call themselves, they are, the real church. And they just happen to be scattered throughout all of these other places. Exactly, following the Most High. It's it's just it becomes touchy, and it's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate that the relationship with Yeshua has been westernized, so it makes it very difficult for some people to accept it because there's so much paganism in so many of the different denominations within that. Hence, I don't go to a denominational church. I don't have no pictures of that blonde hair, blue eyed man because I don't know who he is. Certainly not who I follow. So, don't have nothing with him hanging on a cross in any form or fashion. I mean, I've had crosses at one point or another, but does that really determine whether I have a relationship with God because I wear a cross around my neck? Most High. One thing I notice is that when certain Christian people come to teach, no, our bodies is the temple of God. Your body is the temple of God. Yeah, our bodies are the temple. Church is just a building. Our body is the temple of God. That's the temple that he does not want us to defile. That's the temple that they tell us not to defile. That's why they always persecuting those of us who are pierced and tatted up. Because they feel like we've, the religious people feel like we have defiled our temple. I don't. I don't think God has any problem with my tats and my piercings. I don't have nothing satanic on me.
Yeah.
So, your body is the temple of God. That is the temple. A church is just a building. And really, the church is simply a place for the assembly of people, who believe in the Most High. And the reason that churches even exist is because people originally met in houses, but the assemblies got too big for the houses. That's why they started building churches. So, but if you go to places like China, where Christianity is, you can die, they still meet in people's houses in secret. Let's think about that. People who want to believe in the Most High and could die if they're caught. And the thing is that Mahogany, even though most of us use the King James version of the Bible, it still cannot distort the truth. It still cannot change what's in there. And most of the things that are in the Bible, especially the Old Testament and New Testament, most of it can be historically backed up that it happened. So, it's just you gotta look at it from what it says in the words versus the pictures that people have painted.
Mm-hmm.
Charlton Heston, God bless him. Yes, he loves God, but Moses didn't look like him. Didn't look like him. And Ramses Didn't look like Yul Brynner. Oh, about the tithing, about Malachi. Well, here's the thing. Tithing is something that came from, you know, the Old Testament. That isn't even a New Testament thing. And the tithing was about, you know, giving the first 10. And it was not necessarily monetary, because not everyone had money. So they would give other things to equate to that 10th. But, you know, now, most of the time, it is equated to money because that's what most of us utilize. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not always about money. It can be time. It's other things that are included in the tithe. You know, but in modern times, most people look at it as the monetary tithe versus time that's being tithed. But it's really about all of it. You know? I mean, and I think that probably, you know, people like the JCPenney got it because all of the money is God's. Everything that we have is God's. Everything that we have is His. Everything is His. Everything belongs to the Most High. So a 10th of what we have, be it our time, be it our money, be it our talents, is the least that we can give back to Him. But JCPenney reversed it and kept the 10th and gave the 90 to the Lord, which is probably one of the reasons why it took all the way until the 21st century, you know, for them to now be having serious trouble. Because I don't think the family runs that store anymore. But as long as that family was running that store, because they were giving 90% of their monies to God, you know. But it's not just about money, because in the biblical time they didn't all have money to give. So the tithe was a variety of things. Let me tell you something, Mahogany. Any pastor, they will not let you come to their church because you're not giving money to them or giving a specific amount of money to them. You don't need to go to that church. That's the wrong church for you. Because it's all about being a cheerful giver. God does not want anything that you do not want to give to Him cheerfully. I don't know about that one SP. I'll come over there and check it out though. Maybe because I don't have, because here's the thing. I don't get the notifications of everybody's lives. Like the live that I was in last night. I just saw he was on. I didn't even get a notification of that one. And I usually do get the notifications of TR Nariz, but I don't get the notifications of a lot of people's lives, even though I've rung the bell. But When does Purpose Crusade do their show? Cause like on Sundays, I go and check out Planet Shakers in the morning. I mean, well, between services, before I go to service in Australia. I'll come through. The Purpose Crusade Show live. Whose channel is that on? Whose channel is that on? 1SP Purpose Crusade. I'm looking. Oh, it's your show. And I have the bell rung for you. When is your next show? When's the next show? I'll come through. I will come through. I see some. I'm looking at some of the past shows right now. I will come through. Tuesday? Okay. I'll come through before I do my show. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, Mahogany. Okay.
La 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 la.
Yep, I'll come through on Tuesday. Hey, Blind Needle. Waving. Hi, Blind Needle. I'm waving back. Yeah, no, I'll come through, definitely. I try to support everybody's, if I know when the live streams are, I try to come through. Because you know how YouTube is, man. I don't get hardly anybody's notifications. I literally go around and jump on people's channels to see if they have live scheduled sometimes, or when their last live was, so I can figure out when their next one might be. And then I'll leave notes and say that I'm not getting the notifications. If I'm trying to catch up with them. Mo showed up. That's true. But if I know when your show is, I will make it my business to be there. Like a certain shows, I know when they are, so it doesn't matter that I'm not getting the notification. I'll go find the show because I know it's going to come on. Okay. Well, then I need the website to push out the notification. Yeah, I need your website to push them out. Yeah, because one of the other channels that I subscribe to, that's how I get all the notifications for their things. Fly Nubian Queens, them, yeah, because I never get their notifications, never. I always end up getting them pushed out to me. Oh, that's cool. 1SP, you creating your own app. That's cool. Yeah, I know. I don't even know what. And see, I try to put out the note. That's why I even though I know that I'm putting the show on at 9:30, I try to make sure that I set it up at least an hour ahead of time so that it has time for the notifications to go out to everybody. But even still, some people don't get the notifications until after the show started. Well, okay. I apologize, 1SP. I will show up. I will be at the next show. I will be at the next show on Tuesday. Let me go to your channel right now. Going to your channel right now. One second, I'm going. There you are. All right, I re-clicked the bell, so we'll see how that works. That's very true. That's very true, 1SP. That's very true. Let me see. Where am I? Okay, well, let me do something about that. Give me a second. I'm going to do something about that. Give me 1 second. Where'd it go? Oh, I was like, I know that's wrong. I'm trying to. I know you do, 1SP. I didn't mean, I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I honestly wasn't getting the notifications, but I'm going to try to be there. I'm trying to do something right now, though. Give me 1 second, though, guys. Because I'm trying to go into my back studio. But my computer is thinking. Oh, you're shaming me over here, 1SP. He over here shaming me. A minute, wait, what did this thing? You're shaming me. All right, let me try this again. I'm trying to refresh. And it's not letting me. Maybe I have too many of them open. Okay, I'm going to close this one. I'm just going to close it. I'm just going to close that one. All right, let me try to do it here. Tattered Heart shows up. Everybody shows up. He's like, everybody shows up at you, DC. Girl. Wait a minute. 1, 2. I don't even. Well, I put the thing in there to see if I get the notifications now. I'm like, I know I'm subscribed to everybody. Okay, there we are. All right, let me try to do this. I'm trying to do something. If it lets me do it. Crap. YouTube is, it always acts crazy with me when I'm trying to do things in the YT studio. DOD comes for prayer. That's surprising to me. But that's a good thing. All right, so now let me try this way. One. All right, I'm trying to do something. I'm just trying to see if YouTube will cooperate. But it's not letting me do. Wonder if it's because. The next time you come, oh no, wait a minute. Maybe it's gonna let me do it. Let me see if I can do it now. I gotta go into my settings. And channel. Advanced. My community. There we go. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if it comes up. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me do it a different way. All right, so let me pull it up this way. I know you try to figure out what I'm doing. I'm in the back. I'm in YouTube Studio, 1SP. Let me see, 1SP. All right, so let me go to your page and see how your name really shows up. Okay, see. One thing, copy. All right, let me go back to my studio. And then I'm going to, where'd it go? Okay, here we go. All right, so let's see. I'm trying to put you in. It's still not coming up. All right, let me try it a different way. Yeah, it's not. I'm trying to add you as a moderator. Let me try it again. Where's Studios? But it's not letting me add you. Oh, there you are. Okay, now you're in. Okay, let me save it. All right. So, say something in the chat, 1SP. Say something in the chat. Is 1SP going to say something in the chat? I'm trying to see if what I did just worked. I need you to say something in the chat. Come on, dude. Say something in the chat. One SP. There you go. Come on, 1SP. I'm asking him to say something in the chat. Did he leave? Did he leave? Did you leave, 1SP? Did he leave? There you go. See? That's why I need you to say something in the chat. Thank you. He's being a smart aleck. Yeah, I mean, what I do on IG 1SP, I promote the lives, and I promote when I upload on IG and on Twitter and on Chronicles of an Artsy Autism Mom on Facebook. I don't know how to do it except through the studio, though. I don't know how to do it a different way, so because I'm on StreamYard, so I had to come out of StreamYard to do it. I couldn't do it in StreamYard. I had to go out of StreamYard. Yeah, I had to come out of StreamYard. I was in StreamYard. So I had to come out. I had to go out of StreamYard. 1SP. You just put everything on IG. See, okay, I post on my community tab. Now that I have a community tab, I post on my community tab, but I also promote other people's, like if I'm in somebody else's live stream and stuff, I can promote, I'll promote it on my community tab. So that's why, so now if I'm able to come in your live stream, then I can post it on my, I can post about it on my community tab. Yeah, I can, because I have a community tab, I can share. I can share it on my community tab. Like when I'm in it. So I can share them. So I share on the community tab. I share on Facebook. I share on Twitter. I share on Instagram. I have a Periscope, but I don't ever share on my Periscope. But I think I'm gonna upgrade my StreamYard, and then I'm gonna stream on Facebook or Periscope too, because I can actually stream it to the Facebook Chronicles of an RT Autism. I could do a stream in both places if I upgrade. But I was waiting, but I think I should just go ahead and upgrade. You so sweet. Thank you, 1SP. Yeah, you and Marlon Music shared me out too. He just came through at the beginning and just shared it out. So thank you for sharing me out. And now I'll be able to share you out. I will come and share you out. Okay, let me see. Oh, I can remember that. Official1sp.com. I'll go to the website. I know that's the only way I know how to do it, Blind Needle. I don't even know how to do it the other way. But I know there is another way to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. So I can only do it in the back. And then the problem is that most people, their channel name is not really what their channel, like my channel name, that's really what it's like, it's in my URL too. But that's not the way it is for everybody else. So I have to go find your page and see what you really have in there, because some people haven't converted the numbers to to whatever. Mine is, it's DCThePurpleDiva. User DCThePurpleDiva. I don't have those numbers no more because I couldn't do that. So that's why it's harder for me to pull people up if they haven't converted it. Then I have to actually go to their page and copy and paste into the studio. January 2020. Yeah, I know, but I'm on my phone. I can't do it on my phone. That's what I'm saying. I'm in the chat on my phone and in StreamYard. I could do it if I was in the chat on YouTube desktop, but I'm not in the desktop. That's why I couldn't do it that way. Yeah, that way you can. You can just hover over the name and make them a mod. I know, but it didn't show up like that. It still show whatever the numbers and stuff are. But it doesn't matter. I found it. I made it work. Got you. See, yeah, DCThePurpleDiva, I'm it. And here's the thing, because somebody hacked my Twitter account with DCThePurpleDiva, That's why on Twitter I'm DCThePurpleDiva DC, because I already had it and that account got hacked. I can't open that account again. So it is what it is. Yeah. But yeah, I always have to put the DC before Purple Diva because I'm not the only Purple Diva. So that's why I'm DC, the Purple Diva. But I don't even know if I'm the only Purple Diva on YouTube. I never bothered to check. I really don't care. I really don't care. But I know there's there's somebody who calls himself the Purple Diva on the radio in the LA area on one of the radio shows. So, but she's much younger than me, which means I've been using the name for longer than her. But we're gonna figure this stuff out. I want to like I said, I want to like on the celibacy thing on SP. I think we should maybe do a talk about that one. You know, get a couple of people and talk about that one, because that would be an interesting one to talk about. Get just a couple of different people to kind of express it on a panel. Because some people practice celibacy and it's not for religious reasons. Some people that it has nothing to do with religion. Like supposedly for that guy that was on The Bachelor, that was the supposed virgin, his being a virgin was supposedly not for religious reasons. So, okay, cool. Okay, so when I go out to the website, I'll be able to yeah, because you got to have iOS and Android. It has to be friendly for us all. I say, it has to be friendly for us all. And that's the one thing about StreamYard. StreamYard does not like iOS. That's why I don't come on StreamYard on my phone. If I'm on my phone, I'm on Streamlab. I think people with the Android can come on StreamYard from their phones, but it doesn't like iPhone. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just a point of view, because I think it would be a really good topic to have a serious a serious panel on. You don't know? Well, maybe we can have. Okay, why not? I'm just talking about to talk about it, because it, just like you said, it is something that more people practice than talk about it. Because we all know that most of the people who talk about having sex aren't really having sex. They're just talking about it, but they're not doing it. Well, I'm on the Apple. The reason I am on Apple is because the Apple products are easier for people with autism to use. So therefore, I switched everything to Apple for that reason for my son. And I like that. I like the iPhone. I mean, I had an Android before I went to the iPhone, but I've been on the iPhone since the iPhone 5. So I've been on it for like 5 generations. It's just it's a preference thing. I'm into music and all of that kind of stuff, and most of the music and the creative programs are for Mac and for iPhone, and for they don't work with the Android. So that's the other reason why I switched. Because I have like music software and stuff that I can put on my phone. I wouldn't be able to put it on an Android. Yeah, I didn't. And the thing is that like if you go back, there was a 60 Minutes interview with Steve Jobs before he died, and he was talking about the iPad. And in that interview, he talked about one of the reasons he made he had the iPad developed was for people with autism, because it's easier for them to touch the things versus hitting keys on a keyboard. So that was the reason why. Does he pray independently? He'll like say his blessings over food and stuff. And then there's one prayer that he knows that his father and him memorized together that he says. But other than that, I don't know if he's praying independently. I know he knows the Lord. But because of of his speech, I don't know. Because he could be praying in tongues and I wouldn't know he's praying. Hey, Gavin. Thank you for coming. But he sings a lot. He does more singing. And he sings a lot, and the songs that he likes to sing are the songs that they sing in the choir. He likes to sing those songs a lot. So I'm like, but I'm like, he could be praying in tongues and I wouldn't even know it though. 1SP. I'm just being real, but he does pray. But other than the praying over his food and the prayer that he says, like when we're at church and we're praying, he just bows his head just like everybody else to pray. But he doesn't talk. And when I'm speaking in tongues, when I'm praying and everything, he's not doing that with me. So I don't know. But he definitely he has a couple of prayers that he does on his own. So that's good enough for me. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's good enough for me.
Why
don't you throw that in the trash? Because that was just here. Give it to me, or just give it to me. Did you eat the thing? Yeah. You just need to eat that. Yeah, he is happy. I don't know why he's still awake. I don't know why he's still awake, because he has to sing today. I don't have to sing today. I just have to make sure he gets to church on time. I just have to make sure he gets to church on time, but he has to sing today. You know. His name is David. One is he. Yeah, his name is David. It's named after his father and after King David in the Bible. A man after God's own heart. And that's what we call him. We call him King David. And he thinks that he's King David. Everybody calls him King David. I know he has one. That's what I'm saying. I just, but I know that when he got baptized, it was because he wanted to be baptized. He got baptized when he was I think 13 or 14. No, it might have been a little younger than that, but it was somewhere like in his teens. And he's the one who decided he wanted to get baptized. And he got baptized at his dad's church. Full water immersion baptism. Yep. That's who he's named after. Because God told me when he was in my womb that he was going to be a praise warrior. And he is a praise warrior. He is a praiser. I like that. I like the way you have it spelled, Mahogany. I like the way you spell it. Yep. But that's his name, David. He likes his name too. He likes his name. But he had a name before he was even conceived. That was his name before he was even conceived. That was his name before he was even conceived. It was going to be his name. And then obviously, I called him that when he was still in my womb. I called him David before he was even here. So, and I would sing to him when he was in my womb. And he came out singing. He used to sing himself to sleep when he was a baby. Yep. That's a nice name, Mahogany. Powerful too. Yep, that's powerful. I mean, people don't even understand. You're supposed to know what the names mean. Like, I know what my son's name means. David means beloved. And he knows what it means because I made sure he knew what his name means, I know what my government name means. I know what my first name means. My family tends to give us names out of the biblical names, which is, my name means lady. That's what my name means. That's what my name means. So, that's what the meaning of my real name means. It's not what DC means, but that's what my name means. That's what my name means. I was named after my dad, too. Yep, I was named after my father. Latin. My name is Latin. I told you that I told you my family's Cuban. My name is Latin. My dad's name's Latin too. So, yeah. But so that's the Latin meaning. Because my name is a title. You know, Diva's a title. Diva has a title. Well, I always tell y'all I'm royalty. I'm trying to tell y'all. I am a child of the king. I am royalty. But seriously, my name means lady. He's over here trying to guess my name. Well, in this day of people being doxxed on YouTube, I prefer not to put my first name on YouTube. But if you ever get to know me well enough, 1SP, to know me on Facebook, if you ever get to know me well enough to know me on Facebook, then you'll get to know what my first name is. But you know, yeah. Yeah, no, it's you know, there's crazy people around here. Not you, but you know, they could be in the clouds. They can be in the clouds. So, and it's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame that people, that most of us, you know, can't use our real names if we're content creators. But I use my initials for mostly everything. Like even like in writing my books, the books are under DC. That's how I write the books. Mainly because when I'm writing, I don't want people to know whether it's a male or a female. So they just judge the work. That's why I use initials for writing. That's why I use initials. I know Mo uses her real name. But I've always used DC since I was a kid. I've always used the nickname for everything. And the only reason that I have my real name on Facebook is because they made me put my real name on Facebook. I used to have my nickname. It used to say DC. It didn't say my real name. So, don't take offense, 1SP. Yeah, don't take offense, though, you know. I'm just not ready to dox myself. In the current climate, that's all. Maybe once these people, you know, get the heck up off of YouTube and stuff with all their nonsense and everything, some of us will feel more comfortable. But that's the reason why a lot of people, especially people like myself who are autism parents, keep that part anonymous. Even though nobody can call child services on me because my son's an adult. that just to this day, y'all, the fact that someone called child services on one of the autism YouTubers pisses me off. It just makes me so angry because there was no reason to do that to that parent. And because I, too, as an autism parent, have had child services called on me in regards to my son by some ignorant person who didn't understand autism in the past, you know, yeah, I kind of feel for them. And see, their real information is out there. Their, you know, their first and last name, I believe, is on their YouTube page and stuff. So yeah, we have people with mental issues on here. I'm just praying for them to be gone and you know, to get help. That's what I really want. Exactly. That's what we do. That's what we do on here. But see, as you get to know people, then people loosen up. And then you may know things, you know, but, you know, I don't really know nobody on here. So it's like, if I know you, you know, or if I'm comfortable enough, then, you know, a few people have my Facebook page on here, but it's only a couple people. Because even my Facebook page is locked up. And, you know, it's locked up. It's locked up so people that I work with can't get into my Facebook page, even though the only thing, what do I talk about on my Facebook page? Autism. That's all I talk about. Autism. You're not a stripper. Neither am I. Neither am I. But like even on my job, okay, so like on my job, I think I'm Facebook friends with 3 people. One of them is a former boss, and I didn't become Facebook friends with her until she was no longer my boss. You know, and she's a sister in being a believer. But, you know, gotta have a little bit of a, you know, anonymous parts in my life when I'm putting myself out here on a social, on a platform. She didn't get demoted. She actually left my department and became an executive vice president. She didn't get demoted. She got promoted and moved to a whole different part of the company. So we didn't even work in the same area anymore. Yeah, she didn't get demoted. And then I moved out of that area too, because we both worked in the same department. She was the one who hired me into the company, and I didn't even work in her department. And then I worked in her department later. So, you know, you're a funny one, SP. She didn't get demoted. And she and I have something in common because her major was math in college, and so was mine. So we thought that was funny because, you know, it's not a whole lot of ladies walking around that can tell you that that's what they studied in college. And I don't look like a math geek, but I am. I'm a geek. I'm a nerd. Really, Mahogany? Why would people not believe that that's your name? That's crazy.
It won't.
You know.
You won't be
No, I'm not a professional mathematician. I majored in math, but I work in finance. I actually work in regulatory compliance finance. My aunt, who's my favorite aunt. I only have two aunts, by the way, but she's the only one who's still alive. She's a mathematician. She also studied math, but she has a master's. I only have a bachelor's. Yeah, and she is a mathematician.
Don't.
I look like a professional mathematician. Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. The only math I use on a regular basis, you ready? I add, I subtract, I multiply, and I divide. That's the only math that you need to know in life. Basic math. That's the only math that, and here's the thing. Most people can't do that right. But you know, when all is said and done, all the other math and everything, yeah, we have computers and calculators to help us with all of that. Even though I can do a lot of that by hand if I had to, but I don't anymore. So. Yep, arithmetic. That's the only math that you have to, that everybody, you have to know. You got to know how to balance a checkbook, even though most people don't technically balance a checkbook anymore. Now it's more of a virtual checkbook since they don't write the checks anymore. You know. But it's part of being financial. It's part of financial literacy, which Black people suck at. Yep. When I was in school, in the computer lab at USC, I'm gonna tell you how old this tells you how old I am. So when I was in school, our computer, we had like the two big giant, computers, servers that we had to deal with. So the servers that we had, one was called Gumby, and the other one's name was Pokey. Because I was in college in the 80s. I was like, everything was called Gumby and Pokey. Yep, that's what we had servers called Gumby and Pokey. After that show from the 60s. Yeah. Do they still use the bell curve in school to grade people? That bell curve sucked. That was such a crazy way to grade people. Oh, Cisco server blades. That's good, Mahogany. You want to it's one of the things that really helps kids with math is music. Even though most schools don't have music in them anymore, because we foolishly consider music an art. Music is actually a science. It's all numeric. And kids do better in math if they have music. That's good. That's good. But I know like a lot of schools do not teach music and stuff. I mean, they don't even teach kids how to play instruments. It's crazy. They at least need to know how to read music and, you know, just know music theory and stuff, because it really, really helps. It really helps. Because all music is numeric. It's all numeric. And it's like, if you think about it, our DNA is all numbers. Like if you took a person's DNA sequence is really just a sequence of numbers for each person's DNA. And if you took those numbers and programmed them into a computer, it could play a musical symphony by hitting the notes for each number. Each person's DNA is actually a musical symphony. The numbers equate to music. I know they took it out of the schools. And when they took it out of the schools, they found out that kids' math scores plummeted because they took the music out. Because we think that music is an art, and it's not. When you look back to the ancient Egyptians and to the ancient Romans and Greeks, music was a science. It was a science. It was lumped with the sciences. It was not considered an art. It wasn't like painting or, you know, drama or, you know, that kind of stuff that's, you know, or dance. It wasn't like those things. It was, you know, it wasn't until the Middle Ages that they took it out of being a science. And somehow it became an art during the Renaissance because of foolish Europeans thinking that it was art. You know, if it was that easy, everybody would know how to do music. Exactly. It's all numbers, 1SP. It's all numbers, fractions. Music is all numbers. Each note on a scale equates to a number. And when you put it's like I'm saying, if you put all the numbers into a computer, that's how the computer can take those numbers and make them into notes. The computer translates notes into numbers because they are numbers. Yep, dance is done to a time. It's done to timing, but the actual creation of the dance is the artistic part of it. There is a science to dancing, but the choreography is the artistic part of it. Former dancer here. And when I was in school, there was quite a few of the people who were dance majors. Dance was considered a physical science. And so they ended up taking a lot of kinesiology classes. You know, people think that physical education is this easy degree. It's kinesiology. It's hard as heck, you know, because they have to learn stuff about, you know, they got to take math and science and stuff. So there is a degree of science in dance because of how the body has to move, the athleticism in it. Really, really dancing is dancers are really athletes. Never a stripper, never a stripper. I was in USC dance theater and I took ballet from the age of 5. I was a ballet dancer. Ballet dancer. Yeah. Not belly, ballet. And why did I stop dancing? Because I'm 5'9". And I don't know if y'all have ever noticed, most dancers are not 5'9". I'm like model height. So then I took up modeling for a little while. And that's where I actually encountered a lot of people with all the trying to get you to do the nude modeling and trying to get you to do the porn and the stripping and all of that kind of stuff when I did the modeling, you know, because I'm out here in LA. That was very interesting for somebody in their early 20s. Ballet. Yeah, well, one of the girls that went to high school with me was actually in the dance. Was actually one of Alvin Ailey dancers. She doesn't dance anymore. I think she does more of the choreography and stuff in the with them. Her name is Renee Robinson. She was one of the premier dancers. And Alvin Ailey. And then my sister's brother-in-law was also a dancer in Alvin Ailey. Matthew Rushing. Yeah. But I can still dance, just not like I could dance back then, but I could. Yeah, I was good at one point in life. Now I'm okay. You know, I was good. I was good enough to get all the way up to toe shoes in ballet, which is no feet. Those things hurt. And I like the fact that now they have the toe shoes. They come in the skin tones and everything. They didn't have all that stuff when I was doing the dancing, but now, thanks to people like Misty Copeland, they have all the toe shoes aren't pink. Now they come in, in nudes that are browns, for the brown girls. Yeah, but I love dancing. I even took African dance too. I took African dance because the dance studio that I went to, that I took dance in DC, she taught us African dance. So I took 2 years of African. I learned how to do tap. So I know how to do tap. I learned modern dance. I was a dancer. I still am, but I'm still built the way a dancer's built. What do you think about Missy Copeland? I like Misty Copeland. I mean, I think it is amazing that she started dance so late and was able to go to the top of the dance game, especially because she is a woman of color. And I think she's from LA. She went to the Boys and Girls Club in San Pedro, which is a section of LA. Yes, I learned African dance. Yeah, authentic African dance when I was a kid. Yeah, it was West African. It was a West African dance. Do I hula? Hula? Are you talking about like the Hawaiian hula dancing? No, I don't know how to do that. I've never done that. And the real hula dancing is not, you know, those girls be moving their hips. You know, they be moving their hips. I've never done that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They move their hips. I was like, you know, I've never done that. I've never been to Hawaii. So I've never been in the environment of the authentic hula. My sister's been to Hawaii. She said she got to see it when she went there. I don't know if she participated. Did they? Yeah, I mean, I grew up in DC, guys. I'm like, for me, that's probably one of the best places to grow up and be Black. You know, because when I came to California, my culture shock was not with people who were not of color. I had the culture shock with us that were here, because at least the ones that went to USC were very different from the people that I grew up with. So that when I first was at USC, I only hung out with people from the East Coast at first. I didn't even deal with people that were from the West Coast because they were just different to me. They were just, you know, superficial, into, you know, how much money your parents made, you know, all kinds of stuff that I didn't really care about. Wasn't really important to me. I was just trying to get through school. Really? You know what? I have scoliosis, Mahogany. I was born with it. But I was able to be a dancer. And the doctors told me when I was in my 20s that the dancing and being a dancer and being an athlete is probably what kept, kept everything, pretty good. And it helped me with the scoliosis. But when I hit middle age, I was going to feel it. When I hit middle age, I had to start getting the $3,000 mattress. That's what I had to start doing. I had to start sleeping on that daggone Tempur-Pedic mattress. I could not do anything that wasn't like that. So I know. Yeah, I know. I know it's like, that's why I'm always like, please don't let me turn wrong. You know, it's like, let me not turn too fast and throw my back out. And I have thrown my back out. I have thrown my back out. It is food. It's like, and people just don't understand. They don't understand, you know. But thankfully, I can still wear heels at least, you know, a couple of times, like on, you know, on Sundays, and, you know, maybe one other day during the week. But most of the time now I end up having to wear flat shoes. Thankfully, I work from home. No, I did not go to Howard. I went to Hampton my freshman year, and then I transferred to USC. Interestingly enough, 1SP, most people from DC don't go to Howard, but I have several friends that did go to Howard. My best friend went to Howard. But even if I had stayed at home on the East Coast and gone to college, I wouldn't have gone to Howard, because when I was getting ready to go to college, I wanted to be an architect, and Howard didn't have an accredited architecture program. Hampton did. So that's why I went to Hampton, because my parents wouldn't let me go to USC my freshman year. I always wanted to go to USC, but they wouldn't let me go my freshman year. So I had to reapply and transfer after my freshman year. You know, but I guess, see, here's what my feelings were 1SP when I was getting ready to go to college. One of the reasons why I wanted to go to a PIW was because I had grown up in a predominantly Black city. I had always been in school with just pretty much us. And I knew that I needed to know what it was like to be the minority. I had never been really a minority. So I learned, and it was helpful for me, because a lot of times I am the only one in middle and upper management. And if I had, so I got used to that. But that was my thinking, However, if I had to do it over again, I would have stayed at Hampton. I wouldn't have gone to Howard. I would have just stayed at Hampton and then come to California after I finished college. Yeah, Howard, but Howard was where it was at for a lot of people when I was in school too. Hampton was people considered Hampton the party school. I don't know, because I had good grades when I was at Hampton. I was on the honor roll, and I was too busy going home when I was at Hampton. I would go to parties every once in a while when I was there. Jamaicans had the best parties. The Jamaicans had the best parties at Hampton. The best parties. Yes. That's who had the best parties. But yeah, no, Howard is a good school. My dad went to Howard's medical school. He didn't go to Howard undergrad. My dad went to Morehouse, but he started medical school at Howard, and then he transferred to school out of the country. And my father finished medical school in Guadalajara, Mexico, because my dad was bilingual and he could finish his medical degree in 3 years instead of 4. if he went to that school, which is and was a internationally renowned medical program. So he did that. But I don't have anything against Howard. I went to a engineering program there when I was in high school. I just didn't want to go to school at home. I was trying to get away from home to go to college so that I could become independent, you know. But my family followed me. When I came to California, within a year, my father and my brother were here. Within a couple more years, my sister was here. And then my mom came out here. So eventually my entire immediate family were all in California. Now my brother and my father both live on the East Coast, and my sister and I are still in California. And my mom has gone to glory, but she's buried in California. Her body is here in California. So somebody gonna stay in California. My sister definitely is gonna stay. So if I want to leave, I can. But my sister and my nephew have no intention of leaving California. Yes, Hampton is in Virginia. It is Hampton and Newport News are like on the York River. It's east of Williamsburg. It's down in the same area as Richmond, but it's east of Richmond. So Richmond is like 2 hours from DC, and Hampton is like another 45 minutes east on the York River. Yeah. Hampton was beautiful. Beautiful campus. Beautiful campus. You know, I loved it. You know? But I also liked my experience at SC, you know? You know, I made friends at both schools. And the interesting thing is that when I got out of school, even though I stayed in California, most of the people that went to school with me for at least 10 years, 10, 15 years, those people didn't even know I was still here. Because I wasn't, even though I would come to stuff, I would like be at homecoming and everything, they assumed that I had gone home. Because they would only see me at homecoming. So they assumed that I wasn't here. But I would always tell them, I said, you know, LA can be a big place if you want it to be. I wasn't trying to run into none of them. You know, so that's what that was about. But Hampton was a beautiful campus. Beautiful campus. You know, like if I ever went back to the East Coast, I would consider taking some graduate courses at Hampton. Because I really did, I really did like that experience. And I still have friends to this day that went to Hampton. You know, they finished from there and I went to SC. But we're, you know, I mean, the interesting thing is that like, out of the people that I went to high school with, there were 81 people in my class, and all of us except for 2 are still living. Only 2 people from my entire class are deceased. So, and out of those people, almost everybody still lives in the DC area. There's only 4 of us, no, 3 of us that don't live in the DC area. Everybody else lives within the Washington DC area, because most people from DC don't leave DC. They stay forever. I am an anomaly, as is my sister and my brother, because most people don't, you grow up in DC, you stay in DC, Well, and that's why I'm glad that I did do 1 year, because I'm the only one out of my siblings that experienced an HBCU. My sister went to UCLA, my brother went to Cal State Fullerton. But both of our parents went to HBCU. My dad went to Morehouse and my mother went to Xavier. Because that, they grew up in the 50s. They didn't have the choices, and I don't know. I guess that's probably why my parents didn't push. All they cared about is that we went to college. They didn't care if it was an HBCU. They just wanted everybody to go to college. And see, because my sister and brother went to state schools, they paid the state price. I'm the only one that my parents had to pay a bunch of money for tuition for college. But it was definitely a good experience. I don't know if I think that I'm glad that I did not pledge at an HBCU, because the lines for the sororities are humongous. We talking about 30 girls. I don't think I could do that. I mean, there were 14 girls on my line at a PIW, and that was a big line, But I think that it was better for me to do that experience at a private white institute, private white institute. I think that was better for me. Because of my attitude, I think it was better for me to do that at a white school. I think it was better, But again, it's out of my siblings, I'm the only one that's in a Greek organization. Neither my sister or brother are in Greek organizations, but my dad is. So my mother was not. But my dad's second wife is. She's in the same one I am. But it was a good experience for me. Even though I only did 1 year at an HBCU, it was a good experience, because before I went to college, I was very shy. And I am still now, around people I don't really know. I can talk on the internet because I don't know. I'm not in front of y'all. You know what I mean? But in person, if I don't know people, it takes me a minute to open up. But when I got to college, I became, more able to talk and, come into myself as an adult. So that was why I went away so far to school to the West Coast, because I thought it would help me come out of being myself. And I came out a little when I was at Hampton, but I came out even more when I moved 3,000 miles away, because I was out here for a whole year before my family followed me. So I did get at least a year, of not being around my family. But it was a blessing that my dad did move out here and my brother was here. You know what I'm saying? Because it was difficult being that far away from home. But I'm glad I did get to experience it at least for 1 year. Really? You didn't know, Terry? That's the thing. One of the things that I know is that, like, here in California, a lot of people, the only HBCU they knew about was Howard, because the first thing anybody asked me when I went to USC is, how come I didn't go to Howard? And I was like, because most people from DC don't go to Howard. I was like, most of us don't go to Howard. Howard's a very good school, but it's not the school that most people from the city, from DC, go to. Like if you wanted to go into like arts and stuff, if my parents would have paid for me going to school for anything in the arts, then I might have gone to Howard. Like my best friend, because she was in the arts. But my parents weren't paying for nothing like that. They wasn't hearing about it. They didn't care that I'm artistic. I better be getting a degree in something practical. Yeah. So math was my major. Atlanta. Oh, so somebody who was in high school with you, she went to join the Divine Nine, graduate, move. Which sorority did she join? Mahogany? Oh, really? I dated a guy that went to Bethune-Cookman. He had gone to Bethune-Cookman and he transferred from Bethune-Cookman to Hampton. He was on the football team at Hampton. Yeah. Well, if she probably went to Spelman, which means she probably pledged either AKA or Delta. Blue and red. Maybe blue and white. Or you mean pink and green? It's probably pink and green. She's an AKA. She's an AKA. Yeah, that's what she is. Yeah, that's what I said. If she went to school in Atlanta, she's either a Delta or an AKA. Yeah. AJ Johnson went to Spelman too. The actress, she's a Delta though. Like me. She's a Delta like me. That girl that did, what's her name? Ava. I can't remember her last name. You know, the one who did A Wrinkle in Time and Selma. She's an AKA. And then the lady who owns Slutty Vegan in Atlanta, you know, Pinky, the one with the pink hair, She's a Delta. Well, you know what, Terry? I have some friends that did the same thing. Like I did, one of the guys that I used to work with, he was a vet, and while we were working, he would leave work and go to, and he was using his VA to get his degree from CSUN. And my cousin did the same thing. I have a cousin that was in the Navy, and she was actually in the Navy, I think, out here in California. And then she also took her VA. She got her bachelor's and her master's from CSUN on the government. They paid for it all. She sure did. Oh, she's a Delta. Okay, so she's my soror. Okay, then it's red and white. Yeah, she wears red and white. Yeah, that's our colors. Crimson and cream. Yeah, there's a lot of Deltas. There's a lot of people that pledge Delta at Spelman. And the funny thing is that like my dad's wife, she has two nieces that went to Spelman. Neither one of them pledged. Neither one of them pledged. And their father is an Omega, but neither one of them pledged. And their grandmother is a Delta. And their grandfather was an Omega, but neither one of those girls pledged. I'm like, y'all had more pressure than I did. I had no pressure, really. My dad really didn't care. It was, I'm just the only, my sister wanted to pledge, but she got pregnant with my nephew when she was in college. So it was more important for her to graduate than to pledge. Wasn't that serious, you know? So Mahogany's talking about her friend, my soror, who left high school, went to Spelman, pledged Delta, found her a man, and now lives in a private gated community in Atlanta. She probably lives in Buckhead. Mahogany. Yeah, she probably lives in Buckhead. That's the glitzy part. See, I'm gonna have to tell my goddaughter to make me some stuff to like the stuff that I put on my videos, like y'all here today, for these. Cause see, this is more, mellow for the Saturday Slowdown. Oh, so y'all know the day I was supposed to go to Popeyes, but I didn't. Cause there was a long freaking line for them stupid sandwiches. So I'm gonna go tomorrow. Or I'm gonna go on Monday when people are at work to see about getting the turkey. Cause I'm gonna have to make a decision quick. Gotta make a decision quick. Cause I gotta have the turkey by Monday so that I can fry it on Wednesday. Let's see. Oh my God. We've been on here forever, guys. I didn't even realize that we've been on here it's like over 3.5 hours. Did you win SP? Hats off to you, dude. That's impressive to do it while inactive. That's impressive. That is impressive. What did you study, 1SP? What did you study? I know you did tell me that. You told me that, Terry. You told me. Yeah, that's true. You know, because what I hear, not what I know, but what I hear is that the hazing is similar to military. You know, I'm sure they do a lot of stupid stuff, you know, but I do know, at least back then, they were still using them daggone paddles. I don't think they do any of that, the physical stuff anymore, but you know, with the females, most of the stuff they did was just mental games and stupid stuff. You know, like telling us that we needed to get a live snail and carry it around with us because we were slower than snails. So we did have a snail. I drew a snail and then put a little thing, you know, little box, you know, a box saying, and in the box I put, I'm live. And then I made 14 copies of it, and each one of us had the snail. That was our live snail. Oh, comp side. That was my minor. 1SP. Criminal justice. That's a good major. That's a good one, Terry. I have a one of my friends, that's what he majored in. He's LAPD. He majored in criminal justice, pre-law, and he's LAPD. I haven't seen that yet, 1SP. I keep looking at you know, it on my Netflix, but I haven't just sat down to watch it. Hey, does that Mr. Rogers movie come out this week, or does it come out next week after Thanksgiving? Did it come out this weekend, or does it come out next weekend? I want to see that movie. I want to see that movie, even though I know it's not really about Mr. Rogers. It's really about, you know, other stuff. But it gives you a look into him. I used to love Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood because he did not believe in racism or anybody else being treated unfairly. He tried to break a lot of social barriers on his show. Yeah, you probably would have, you know, but I mean, to me, like, the benefit for me being in a Greek organization really played out when my son was in special education, because the people, the speech pathologists, were deltas, and they were the ones. These two sisters with PhDs were the ones who came into the meetings with me for free when they normally make people pay for it, but they did it for me for free. You hear what I'm saying? To make sure that my son had speech therapy until he got to high school. That was where it benefited me. You know, I mean, but up to that point, you know, it was I looked at it not for the things that I did in undergrad, but I was looking at it for the things on the graduate level, the community service and all of that, because those are things that I was already involved in. And those are things that I'm still involved in, you know, and I would have been involved in that and in social activism. And all of the things that I'm involved in are things that are part of that organization. You know, that was my reasoning, because I really didn't care about being a paraphernalia wearer in college. You know, I mean, that didn't really matter to me, you know, but, you know, it's not for everyone. You know, neither one of my siblings pledged, you know, so. Do you still want to go? You can still go to law school, Terry. It's never too late. You know? Oh, University of Phoenix that's a good school. University of Phoenix is a good school, Terry. It is. Yep, university. My sister was thinking about doing her MBA at University of Phoenix. That's what she's thinking of doing her MBA at. But I'm looking at this school. I've already taken like one class, but the school that I'm thinking about getting my MBA at is an international school in Edinburgh, Scotland. It's called Harold Watts Business School at the University of Edinburgh. But they have a site in the United States, and they're accredited through the U.S. Department of Education for for post-secondary degrees in the United States, and you don't have to take the MCAT to go there. So, and it's all online, but then you have to actually go in to do, to take your test after the exams. And the testing center for the exams is at USC. So, yeah. But I have all the books to take the next class. I just have to register for the class, but I've already paid for the class. I just have to say, okay, I'm ready to take the class. I already prepaid for the class, if that makes any sense to you guys, so that I can lock in my fees at the rate for when I started taking the classes. So the next class I want to take is this risk management class. But I'm trying to think as to whether I'm just going to do the one where you just get the regular MBA, or whether I want to do the one with the emphasis. I don't know. Because I don't know if I can hang for the 2 extra classes you have to take. For the 2 extra classes, I don't know if I can hang for the 2 extra classes, but we'll see what happens, because I first got to get through the 5 core classes. Did you? Sacramento State is a good school too, though, Terry. It is. You know, I'm thinking about getting a songwriting degree, though. Going back and getting a degree in something completely different. You know, so I have to. So before I decide to move forward on anything, it's like, that's why I'm like, let me just finish the stuff that I'm doing, because I got to finish my book, which has to be done before the end of the year, so that I can then concentrate on my spoken word and on these other books, because I got to get all these books out of my head, you know, and get the half-written part copies of them fully written so that I can get them all published and out. So that I can be everything that I'm supposed to be, because I'm supposed to be a poet. I'm supposed to be a writer. I'm supposed to be an author. You know, I'm already a poet. I'm already a writer, but I'm not going to be an author until I get one of these until I get that book, at least about my son, published. I have to. You know, it's like I have to, because I know that my experience will help somebody else to feel like they're not hopeless as a parent, because a lot of parents raising kids with autism or with a disability feel hopeless and helpless and don't feel like they're doing a good job of being a parent, because they can't help their child with everything that they feel that they should. So that's why I want to get that book out there, so that they can see that they're not alone and that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, you know. I know it's all on me, Terry, because the book is, you know, it's almost done. I mean, I'm literally finishing the last 2 chapters, you know, but I have been working on this book for a long time, because I started the book before I should have started it. And so I had to stop, you know, and start it over. But it's almost done. And it will be done before the end of the year. And I already have a publishing company for it, Brown Girls Publishing, which is a publishing company that is run by, ironically, a Delta and an AKA, who are you know, 2 best-selling writers, and they started their own publishing company. So I'm gonna get it out to them as soon as it's done and edited, because I have to make sure I have it edited before I send it to them. So I have another company that I know that I'm going to have to do the editing to it. But I'm seeing that we've been on here, God, almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. Boy, DC, you sure can't talk. Girl, you can run your mouth. Woo! I guess when I actually do start to do public speaking on autism, I will be ready. I'll be ready to do the public speaking, because obviously I don't have a lack of words. I don't lack words to say, but hopefully I'm, some of the things that I say are dropping wisdom. Hopefully we're having a good conversation, but yeah, no, ultimately that's one of the things that I want to do. That's one of my hopes with building this channel and everything, is to build my footprint, not only on YouTube, but to build my footprint so that I'm able to, do public speaking and be able to talk to other parents, like around the country, maybe even around the world. I don't know, because sometimes it could be something that's virtual. Maybe one day I'll be able to do a TED Talk. You know what I'm saying? The sky's the limit for things like that. But I'm hoping that I don't bore you guys. Like I said, I know sometimes I can get deep on some things, and kind of take it to a deep level, but I like that we're all able to just come here and just kind of just share how we feel about certain things. And I will be at somebody else's live stream on Tuesday, but between now and Tuesday, I'm going to go back and look at some of the previous ones so I can see what you've been in there talking about, Mr. 1SP. That's what I'm going to do. So I know we're almost at 4 hours, and I should probably just stay on for that extra. I guess I should just stay on for that next extra 8 minutes and make it to a 4 full hours. I don't know. Should we stay on for another 8 minutes so we can make it to the 4? Actually, now it's down to 7 minutes. So we can make it to the 4 hour. I know, sometimes, you just gotta shake it up. You just don't know what, just talk. But seriously, on relationships, I think that we should talk about that one time. I think one time we should actually talk about, what it means to be a real friend, what it means, and what are the different types of real relationships that people have between, as couples and stuff, whether, it's a traditional relationship or you're talking about a 50-50 partnership, just, what people's different ideals are as when it comes to a marriage relationship, So there's a lot of stuff that we can actually delve into. That's one of the other reasons I like to have my thing not so necessarily in the middle of the day. Like when I do the pop-ups in the middle of the day, we can talk about anything, but I think we can probably in these nighttime ones have a lot of deeper conversations, especially on the Friday and Saturday night ones, because generally we don't have to go to work the next day. Thank you, Terry. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Because, when we're having the panels and stuff, you can see more of the engagement. But, when I'm the one up here talking and everything, I just want to make sure that, that I am, saying things that are just have some meaning to the other participants in the conversation. All right, but we only have a few. We got less than 5 minutes, guys. We got less than 5 minutes, and we can make it to a full 4 hours today. That will be wonderful. I, of course, will be back on later today. I gotta, and I may pop up during the games, depending on who's playing. I don't know, but I need to watch that American Son on Netflix. I need to watch that. And I will have some more commentary on the Robin Crawford book, because we must finish that book up, get it out the way and over. I mean, I'm learning a lot. I'm still just really disappointed that she felt the need to not just let sleeping dogs lie, because it's very apparent to me that this is not what Whitney wanted. If Whitney is the person that she described in the book, I don't think so. So I would love to join the panel. Oh, no, I know this. But see, you'll be able to just type in the chat if we have the panel and thing and stuff. You can still participate from the chat, Miss Mahogany. That's not a problem. That is not a problem. Because if we have one of those type of conversations, the hope is that, that we can get that it's not just the people up on the panel that are talking, but it's also, in the chat, Yeah. Yeah, Robin just wants to be counted. She's just, this girl, I'm reading about, her about the experience from Robin's perspective with LA and Babyface when they came in and helped Whitney. So I'll give more commentary on that later on today and on some more stuff from the book. Hopefully I'll be almost finished with it today so that we can be finished with it and give our full commentary on that and move on to bigger and better things, because I'm sure there's other things out there that we'd like to discuss. And yeah, I'd like to share. Yep. Yeah, I love it when you get up and help too. I love it when you get up and talk, Terry. So, but I like when we do the panels and stuff and just have like some some conversations about things that interest us or that we want to gain knowledge on it. Like when you went on the stuff about the cigars, that was something that was very interesting, and everyone in the chat enjoyed that conversation. And it was it was, you know, it was a different kind of conversation than, you know, than you have in some of the other chat. Like I said, I still would encourage you to do a video just talking about some of that stuff and just kind of showing, you know, the stuff that you talk to us about. You can videotape that kind of stuff and put it on a and put it up in a vlog. You know, along with all your other things that that you have so much knowledge on, Mr. Terry. So, guess what, guys? We made it past 4 hours. I can't believe we were on here for 4 hours. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. But we had a really cool conversation. We had a lot of people who came through. Tonight. And so I am seeing that more that by me being consistent and getting on here on a regular basis every day, that more and more people are coming through. So it has been a pleasure. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, mods, for hanging out to the end. Love you guys for that. You know, and we will remember these intimate conversations and these intimate days. You know, down the road when it's blown up and there's a million people, you know, and there's a whole bunch of people in the chat and everything. We will remember these days. You know, I savor these things because you guys, you know, are my day ones. So I appreciate y'all coming out tonight and spending this time with me. So until later on today, not sure what time I'll pop up in the daytime, but I definitely will be on tonight. I will probably come on earlier than 9:30 tonight. I probably will. But I will post it up on my community tab, and I will obviously then post it if I'm going to come up on earlier. I probably will say it when I pop up to give an idea. All right, guys. I will see y'all later. Peace from the West Side. Thank you, guys. Bye.